my village. I will bring them home.
I know where they're taking your clan.
Bend for your king. Never.
All right, so we're live. Hello, kind and gentle folks. How are we doing this evening? I know that no one's here yet, so I'm just speaking to the clouds, but it looks like there might be a person or two. If you can hear me, please chime up in chat so I know that I am being heard. Where's YouTube? Are we live on YouTube? We are live on YouTube. Where's chat? Where's YouTube? Are we live on YouTube? Okay, hold on. We gotta turn We are live on YouTube. Where's chat? Where's YouTube? Are we live on YouTube? Okay. That cuts all of that. Alright. Does YouTube have the wrong person? Who's it say is live? I'm on a weird page on here. Yeah, I think YouTube still says it's Igor, huh? Let me refresh that. I don't know how to change this. Hold on. I changed this in Restream. Is there anybody out there in hey, old man. So you are on YouTube, correct? I'm not seeing. So can you hear me, old man? Anyone? Can anyone hear me? Hello, hello, hello. For some reason, it seems like it's telling me no. What's going on? Oh no, there it is. It does at least give us the right name. YouTube is so weird. Oh, okay. There we go. For some reason, YouTube is like 1,000 sizes too big. Okay. All right. That is good. Okay. It appears that we are up, running, and being heard. Sorry about last week, guys. Literally, so at the bottom of the hill, there's this sharp turn, and that is where the cable intersection box is, and randomly people run into it. So it seems last week that, yeah, someone ran into it, and it ate it. So, oops. Okay. Next thing we have to check, just to make sure, is I just want to make sure to see if Oscar is after us. If he is, I have to pay attention to what time. We go to. Nope, it looks like I'm the last one. So we don't have to worry about ending exactly on time. Okay. How was everyone's week? Did everyone have a good week? Anything exciting and new going on? Let's load some tools. Did I not just download stuff? Pixlogic crits. View upload. So these are all 9. Looks like we got a lot of pictures this time. Oh. Maybe that was it there. It's okay. All right. So, this is what we were looking at when we died. Okay. Delete all. All right. Let's see what. I think we looked at this one. And then this one. Okay, we looked at you. So chances are we saw most of these. Yeah, we saw this one. And we saw, oh no, we didn't see Colby Stoner. So let's go back to you. All right. Okay. These are all impegs. We have a import. You can do it. Stuff my face while we're waiting. Hey, Peter, how you doing? Trying to get some of this stuff loaded in. It's tough because I didn't finish last week because the line got crashed. How is life down under? Is the weather treating you well? We finally have sunny days. It rained again this weekend. Like it rains every weekend. Okay. Literally a goofy project. Awesome. Let us auto group. Split hidden. We can hide this. That way we can focus on goofy. And then we have the rest are videos. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate it. I've been working for this company and it's been pretty busy recently, so I haven't really had tons of time to get a bunch of work out there. I'm going to have to move again here fairly soon. They're selling this house. And when I get set up, I think I have a better plan for streaming. So the ZBrush Jewelry Workshops, I'll do some live streaming on just design and manufacturing as well. I just figure critiques are good for this community because no one does them. And once people realize I'm doing it again, we get, you know, it picks up. Yeah. Because as far as I know, I don't think there's anyone else critiquing on Pixo, so. Alrighty. So I guess we will start. Why don't we look at some of these MP4s and see what we have here. So these are some MP4s by Colby Ooh, where'd it go? There we go. By Colby Stoner. I like to see a little more tension in the tendons. The anatomy is interesting. Nice, fun. He is fun. What do you have here? A different version. With these as well, just wherever there's tendons, I tend to like to see a little bit more tension in the tendons. Very rarely do they relax. When they do, they're floppy. What do we have here? Why did it say it can't open it? Let's try that again. Because the file type is unsupported file extension or the file is corrupt. I'm sorry, corrupt files. Okay. And what is this? Oh. Like a nugget ring. No, it looks like you're getting there. The only thing I'd be careful of is sharp shapes on the inside. I tend to not have them flat. I tend to have them curl up and away from the hand, because if that gets into the web of the fingers, it's almost like a saw. It can be really painful. So be careful about like teeth in the inside of the area there, because that can be brutal. It can be a brutal. Let's see if anybody else is. Oh, here we go. Let me download Alfred's piece. Okay. Is Ralph here? Yes, no, maybe. No. Okay. Well, we'll start here anyway. Let's see what you got. The balance and the weight are great. The characterization's really fun. His big butt and little ankles is hysterical. I like the puffy bunny slippers are awesome. See here, like when we were talking about tendons on the other parts, this is actually a really good example. Where there's tension in the fabric, where it starts and goes, I mean, this really feels like there's tension, and then you see the leg meet under it. So this, how it scoops in, is a really tight implication of tension in the object. So the same with tendons and like muscle stretching, having insertions and origins where you're getting that dynamic flow is super, super helpful. You know, breaking the tension with the wrinkles looks absolutely fabulous. Your butt flap is hysterical, and it has a nice silhouette. You might want to look at, so your butt curve works, right? Like your silhouette. That's what this window is really good for. So let's look at our silhouette here. And you can see the line here. Hold on, let me turn on my little pencil application. Boop. Okay. You can see in your silhouettes that the back line and the butt line flow really well. Chest into the belly. So this silhouette's really tight. It's really nice. And then if you look at it as such, it feels balanced and nice. He could be sitting a little forward on his ankles. So if we and this is going to distort him a little, but if you just rock him back just a touch, well, maybe not that much, just a touch. Oh, he's a little bit more over his feet, and that gives us a little bit more straight line to the support structure. If you're looking over here, you know, where's his center of balance? With the arm out, he can be a little forward with his butt back. I mean, he's looking good. So you might want to just skew that just a touch. And then let's see. Your front profiles are really nice. He has a lot of motion to him. He looks really good. I like how the fingers aren't just wrapping around. They have some kinetic by changing up their orientation a little, where most people just wrap the fingers around, where it's discombobulated a little, is actually providing a really nice lifelike or realistic. I mean, he's a cartoon, you can't say lifelike, but you know what I mean. These are all still, this is still a different subtool, isn't it? Hold on, let's look. Oh no. I would soften this intersection. It came with a crease when you joined them, but soften that intersection some, just so it doesn't look like a separated finger. I like your puffy references. You have sort of like, it feels like a puffy ball here, but it also, you have the implications on the slippers, so you're having a continuation of texture, which is nice. And since you have an idiosyncratic texture in that you're repeating it in the part, that's nice. Good call on that. Instead of just cutting this line, whoa. I would suggest you're using what I call a cutting tool, or like Damn Standard, or one of those. Gamers Core, I do it every Tuesday from 5 until 7:30 if Oscar's here. If not, I can go later. Last week we ended around 7:45 because my internet died. But yeah, Mondays. Every Monday. Every Monday. So I would strongly suggest when you SK Sakura Kako's brushes, there's SK Twist, and I use this all the time exactly for these things. And instead of using a cutting end, so I use SK Clay Fill and SK Twist together. And what I do is you come in and you can see, instead of cutting a line in, it's creating that S curve. So it's pushing, you're getting sort of that silhouette, right? Instead of this silhouette, you're winding up with a silhouette that actually cuts under the other one. And then with clay fill, I come back in and I usually tap this up so it fills in a bit of that, and then I hold Alt and I drag it along here, and it sort of flattens that. And then that way you have a distinctive over and under, as opposed to just a slice. And especially if you plan to come out of this and into printing or something, those folds make a huge difference. Let's go to his back real quick. I'm going to divide him up so we have a little bit of geometry to play with here. So as we come up here, I'm going to use Twist. And you can see that it leaves a little hump on the front edge of that, and then it curls it back up and under. So using SK Clay Fill, filling in that edge, and you'll notice that all I'm doing is knocking that lip off. So instead of a profile that's doing this, I'm shooting for a profile that does that. So clay fill fills that little light bump in, and it knocks that little lip off. So it gives us a nice over-under thing in one stroke. It's super good. And then, so clay fill there, hold down Alt and clay fill down here. and then just come in and smooth behind it. And that just reads over and under much better, super simple. And like with curves like these, I know these are very subtle, but the twist works really well with these things as well. So you take twist, come in, and see how it gives you the weight already. So that skipped my, come on you. Why is that not registering? There we go. And then, right, see, it gives you that fold. And then clay fill, since that's gonna bump, and then just touch it on the back. You can see how it quickly gives you that fold nicely, and it's not just cutting in, it's rolling over. If that makes any sense. Yeah, no, without a doubt. If you see there's the link right here in the chat window. 1 second, let me copy it for you. And all you have to do is upload. There you go. And all you do is upload your file. I prefer STL, OBJ, or ZTL. The ZPRs change my environment and my brushes and stuff. It makes me nuts. So, yeah, if you don't mind, STL, OBJ, or ZTL. No ZPRs. I mean, if you give me a ZPR, I can pull it out, but chances are you have 15 other things in there, and I get all of them, and it just makes me nuts. So, but that's just brush usage. So, instead of, I just want to go over this real quick. So instead of, doing wrinkles and slashes and stuff, I always use a pocket. So what cutting into the surface does is you're breaking surface continuity. So you're not telling a story of this being on that surface, because this and this will reflect as the same surface. Let's go to shiny gold. It shows you pretty good. Right? I mean, see how you're getting your reflective plane here and your reflective plane here, and they read as the same plane. So the thing to remember is that you're sculpting in light. Even if you're doing animation, even if you're doing, anything, just remember, yeah, ZTL is better for sure. So just remember that what you want to do is sculpt in light. So if, hold on, we're doing that pocket thing again. But all I'm going to do is I'm going to move this surface. Come on, where's my W? So what you're trying to accomplish is getting this to read as a separate plane. I'm going to be pretty dramatic here and change the angle just a touch. But see how they don't reflect as one plane now? You can get them to reflect in different planes, and you can be melodramatic about it. And let's get a real delineation here. And then that plane's going to go white hot, and see how it's dead, and it's not a continuation of that same reflection plane. See how here it's in a dark, but it's starting to get hot. So changing the levels and having them change direction is a lot nicer than just cutting lines in. So let's take that collar, for example. You have a collar coming in. And a collar coming in. And then you have your buttons. and then you just sort of, you had this kind of coming in, and then you just had something like carved into it, right? So you can see that, sure, you're getting delineation there, but it looks like it's the same plane, right? It's not very complex. It's not a very interesting reflection story. Where if you do the same thing, let's take twist. And already you can see how it's creating this lip right here, right? And that's what is really giving us that over-under feeling. And now let's go to blue so I can actually see what I'm doing for a couple strokes here. Yeah, well, Mike's a very good teacher for that, for sure. So now what we have is a roll, right? And that roll is creating that layer of reflection. And so we take our clay tubes and we fill in the backside, so it doesn't look like just a dramatic lump. Hold down clay fill, and I'm going to flatten this side. And now we literally have a layer change. The other thing that's done is it's changed the directionality of these surfaces some. So they are literally pointing in different directions. And it'll make them reflect differently. So, and with these buttons, I'll show you another prime difference. Because a lot of times what you're going to get is you're going to take your, in here, let's use Lazy Nezumi. Boop. Alright, hide you. Bring you over here, bring you up. Turn you on. Just so we have like a perfect circle, so you can really see the difference. All right. And so if you're just cutting it in, you're sort of, oh, put it on spiral. That's not what we're looking for. If you're just drawing a line around it, you are breaking the surface continuity. If you use twist, you can retain surface continuity and still get that little roll on the edge, and it'll pop the surface. So we now have this. Let's go back to our super reflective. Boop. And you can see that that stands off directly, very clearly. You have a dark separation, and this is super hot. This is kind of dim. So you can see that in the lower light, you're getting still bright reflections off of this, even at a lower aggression angle. And the other thing is with your buttons, you can see how this one is breaking the surface continuity, right? So it's sort of sinking down into it, where this one is sort of sitting on top of it. And this really helps the pieces stand out and separate your surfaces and really define where your surfaces lie. So yeah, just think about that for like collars and things like that. Boop. His expression's great. I might just make sure that the ear goes past it, you know, it's not coming off the bottom of the neck, so make sure the ear continues up. Because that'll, you know, that's giving you a slightly different story about what's happening with the ear. Other than that, he looks great. He's a lot of fun. Your pose and your fabric's wonderful. No, it's a really good job. Yeah, his feet are good. His pose is great. I like his fingers. Yeah, when you get here, if you show up, we can go back over it. So, no problem there. All right, let's refresh this. Bump. Bump. Download. So, again, if anybody wants to upload a file for critique, it's there. If anybody has any questions while we're going on, please feel free to reach out and say something. Say hello, ask questions. Wonderful. I'm very, very glad. I will critique anything. I'll critique drawings. I'll critique... You bring it, I'll critique it. It's primarily for, you know, 3D models and such. But no, right now there's like 2 people that I'm about to get to. So get your thing in there before people show up. It seems like it's... This is sort of my 3rd week of regular streaming, so people don't know we're here yet, so there's plenty of time. I remember a few years ago when I was doing it regularly, we had, oh my god, it was crazy. We had 5-6 hour sessions because they were so long. Okay, so let us, I believe that was download. Let me look. Downloads. Alright, we can delete all. Well, here, we'll leave you on for right now. This is Alfred's, right? Okay, that's Alfred. But we have a ZTL ahead of you. 1 second. I'm not supposed to crack that way. Yes, that's the same link always. I have a Dropbox that it just links to. So, yes. So if you save that link, you can, and you can upload during the week. You know, you don't have to upload it today. You can upload it anytime, and I'll just take, you know, everything from not today and upload it for next week. So, yes, feel free to upload anytime. All right, it seems that Alfred was in first, so here we go. Let me hide this a little. Let us do a quick spin with the ink on. I'll give you white since you spent time coloring. Okay. This was sculpted. The pants were not sculpted. The pants weren't sculpted separately. It was just put on there. Is that what I'm seeing here? All right, let's turn paint off. Let's go back to blue and look at what we're doing here. Oh no, that's separate, isn't it? Yeah. Okay. So you didn't sculpt the body first. Okay. Boom, boom. Why use all the windows? I'm not sure what you mean. No, I don't use Mac. Mac doesn't make a machine that compares with mine. Like, I mean, I have 256 gigs of RAM with a Threadripper Pro, so I have 191 threads running at 3.5 or 4.5 gigahertz. Yeah, no, Mac doesn't make a machine like that. And if they did, it would cost, I mean, $500,000. Yeah, no, I have a machine. Yeah, no, it's Origin makes fabulous. Hold on, is this connected? Maybe. Let's one sec. See if we can. Let's see if we can find. Hold on, where's OBS? OBS. I have a 3090. I got mine before the 4090s came out. Mine's a couple years old. I just figure I'll wait for the 5090s to come out, and then I'll just maybe buy another GPU. But hold on, let me see if I can add a camera here. Add. What are these things called? These are add, not video capture device. Okay. And nope. Nope. It's not showing me. It's not giving me the options for my. All right, I don't know how to do it. My camera's attached to my thing, so you can't see my computer. I'll get the. Oh no, my PC. it. Hold on here. Oh, it's back over there. You can kind of see it. Next time I'll get my. I forgot that people asked to look at my PC. I have a cam on it. I don't think this is plugged in. Yeah. Next week. I promise next week we'll got it. All right. Okay, that's opiate. Sorry, I have to get things back in sort of order. I'm a mess over here. Okay. I do have a portable work machine, but it's a Cintiq with one of the. They used to make. What did they call it? Something engine. So I have a PC that slots into the back of my older Cintiq, and that's what I use. I think that's a 27-inch, a 27-inch Cintiq, and then I pop a computer in the back of it, and then I have an arm. So this is basically my travel setup. This here is sort of my travel setup. It's a Cintiq on an arm. Space mouse. Hopefully iPad soon. So it feels like, and I know in boxing the belt's always high, but it feels like the groin's a little high here too. It could be wrong. It's hard to tell. Whenever you're doing this, I would always suggest doing the body first and then sculpting the pant over the body, only because it's very easy to lose key like bone markers and stuff. Because I'd like to go back and look at his body, because what happens here is, and once again, I know this is a padded out thing and they do look very square, but it looks like it looks like you sort of lose your hips. And he seems to be carrying a lot of weight. But I mean, like, your photo reference could be saying this. I'm not saying that you're wrong. I'm just saying that it's much easier if we split unmask parts and hide this. If we let's see, will it close holes for me? No. Yeah, let's duplicate him so I'm not trashing your model. Boop. And let's Dynamesh him. I think that, Blender is a perfectly capable program. I mean, like, if you're doing animation and all the other stuff, it is a one-stop shop for a lot of that. So I think it's good at a lot of things, but I don't think its sculpting tools are not ZBrush. I mean, ZBrush is a full sculpting package that is very subtle. A lot of people, I mean, I was a physical sculptor for 30 years before I did ZBrush, so ZBrush really has physical touch. But if you're not a if you weren't a physical sculptor, I don't know how important that is to you, because you can train, you know, you're training yourself into whatever you're doing anyways. Where's our brush? Is this sculpted at the full scale? Hold on. No. Okay. I don't need my dynamic brush size to be 48. Alright, there we go. Inflate. Inflate. I just want to do a quick check here and see what smooth stronger. So let's look at Tyson Fury. Give me one sec. So Tyson's a little bubbly. All right, Tyson. He's a wildebeest, isn't he? Tyson Fury full body. Jesus. In 1 year, he did quite a change, didn't he? Look at that wildebeest. He's a monster. Okay. So he's actually pretty square. Interesting. How do you cut that kind of weight? It's madness. Okay, let's take this picture. I don't want to get the full experience. I just want to see this picture. Well, okay. He does, with this big old belly, he does have chicken legs. It's funny. I'm like, his body's a little weird. Then you look at Tyson and you're like, okay, his body's a little weird. Okay, so let's fill this up. I still think we might, let's turn symmetry on. That's crazy. He has a tire. That's so funny. I was like, you're losing his back? No, you're not. Tyson lost his back a long time ago. He really does have like one of those life preservers. It's hysterical. Wow. All right. I have nothing to say about that then. Righto, buddy. Give me a picture of Tyson's face from the front before I say no. That's so funny. He really does just blow out like a balloon there, doesn't he? That is absolutely hysterical. I mean, it's wild that, you know, normally under a rib cage, you have a little bit going on here and you carry your weight down here, but he doesn't. He carries his weight like a balloon here. It's crazy. Even when he's like ripped out, it's still like this balloon. Yeah, look here. He is built funny. Now look here at his brow line though. This is something I wanted to talk about. And this is something a lot of people do. Come on. Did I literally just lose my control key? Lack of control. Get on there. And that is, they make this just a little too deep. Hello, what are you doing? Because see how this now looks like this huge brow? This line, I would just tend to soften it up just a touch. And it usually is actually out just a little bit more than you think it is. Because we all want to make this line really dramatic. And it rarely is. It's because that line's really kind of down here some. And even with the brow that he has, the dent isn't up here. Right, that's coming off of the orbitus. Right. And then that's the line that's connecting that in the skull. So you're a little high with those dents. But that's just persnickety, you know. All right, so I still would sculpt the body first and then do the pants, because I feel like we're missing, like, where the hip is touching the pant, right? I feel like we're missing some of that. And we lose the groin in this mess here. And I know there's silky pants and they move around and blah, blah, blah. But we're missing a few. Like, this is acting like it's going around as buttocks, but there's no buttocks there, right? You know, you would think that these are touching something in here. And, you know, to get it to pinch like that is probably, you know, it's touching meat somewhere in here. And then it is pulling off of it. Right, so it's tighter and then it's tighter and it's... And then these are touching meat here somewhere, so they're going to dissolve out. And then these can be wrinkles here, but chances are those pants are having contact with the body somewhere in here. And I see no contact with the body. Like, I don't see the hard surface referencing underneath it. And that's what's sort of throwing me off. Plus, he has just a weirdo balloon body. Because it makes the crotch look like it's up here. And that's odd. So actually what I would say is the body looks really good. The gloves and the face look very good. The boots are really, really nice. go back and actually, I don't know what your reference picture is, but go back and find the reference picture and actually look how the pants, or look for the places where the pants are touching the body, right? And I know he's in motion. Just look at that. He really is just a square. No. Right. You can stop. Everybody stop. Right. You can sort of see that. And we know that there's an air gap here because of how the belts are sort of padded. And you can see the cup here. But see, you're getting tension here. This is actually touching meat on this edge, right? Because it's tensioning there. So, and I know this is a kinetic shot, but, you know, try to find an image where you're getting like these image pulls. And I understand that that's a shot from the front and he's standing loose. I'm trying to see if we can. It's just so funny. He has such a weirdo body. All these little, man, no one's really up for giving you a nice picture, are they? Look at those pants. It is just hysterical. Oh. Eurosport is not available in our region. Let's see if we can look at the picture. Yeah, I'm not a great... He has big flat butt. Maybe I'm just wrong on this one. He is built so weird. Oh man. I'm just like, where's his body? It's bizarro. I'll tell you what, I would not want to get hit by this man. He is outrageous. He did really good coming out of UFC. Ngannou, he hits hard. I'm trying to find... Okay, no one's gonna just show me pictures of him standing in shorts. Fine. Fine. I think you know where I'm heading with that, though. But if you do the body first, you then can organize these wrinkles so they apply to something to do with the body. Right now, it just seems disoriented. And especially when everything else is so nice and tight, it feels a little too random. How much RAM do you have installed to suggest using for ZBrush? Well, I have 256 gigs of RAM. And I would put a terabyte in. New RAM doesn't quite work that way when you start piling that much RAM into the newer machines. Or with the faster RAM, it's still a little unstable. I think you can run at 64 pretty stably with the 5 and 6,000 megahertz RAM. But you can't, like, I think the 5,000 megahertz RAM will now stably deal with 96 or 120. For ZBrush, though, as much RAM as you can jam in there. But I mean, at work, I have 64 gigs of RAM in my machine, and it's fine. Yeah, the DDR5 isn't stable when you start packing a lot of RAM. That's why, under normal circumstances, I'll get the the calibrated RAM. You know, it's like server RAM. it's a touch slower on the megahertz, but it's calibrated to the boards and stuff, so you have none of that problems, and you can get ungodly amounts of RAM. Yeah, I guess. I mean, once again, I have twice that RAM, and I assure you that my chipset smokes the M2. I mean, I have a Threadripper Pro, so, I mean, it's a beast. And, I mean, for the last few years, I've had the fastest benchmarking machine in ZBrush. Now, some of the new machines might have me beat because I have a 3090, but ZBrush doesn't really use the GPUs the same way. So, but yeah, no, my machine is tuned for ZBrush. Yeah, but I also, I mean, I understand the joy of, traveling with your machine, but you also have to understand that I'm used to having, a tool open that I have 18 to 20 100 million poly subtools. So, I mean, I have 25 gigabyte files. I deal with really, really big. Oh yeah, no, yes, Apple makes beautiful machines. They just don't make high-end machines that make any sense at all. I mean, I can get a fully blown out Threadripper Pro with a 4090 with, I mean, a terabyte of RAM, all built to deal with all of that for, $26,000, $27,000. I mean, you can't get an Apple machine that even comes close to comparing for under $30,000. When you start to deal with the higher end machines, Apple is restrictively, it's just so cost prohibitive. It makes no sense. I used to use Macs, and then when I moved into the 3D world, I went to PC. Not per subtool. No. At this point, each subtool is limited to 100 million polys. But, you just break things up into different subtools. That's like when you're dealing with models that large, I just have different subtools. It's not that the whole model stops at 100 million. Each subtool stops at 100 million. Well, I can get triple the performance for half the price. I mean, Mac doesn't even make things. Like they have that server thing, but I mean, that's pushing $50,000. And my processor smokes its processor. I mean, the Threadripper Pro is ridiculous. 198 streaming core. I mean, it's obscene. Yeah, no, I mean, the Threadripper Pro is absurd. I mean, it just, and my old machine was a twin Xenon. It was a twin. I think it was in the 35 core range, so it was a dual 35 core Xeon, whatever the hell it is. And that Threadripper Pro smokes it, and I know you look at like Tom's or the benchmarking stuff, but we timed functions and things that my dual core were doing. Like it would take, let's say, 5 minutes on something, and mine would take 1.5 minutes. And then some things that my machine did in 5 minutes, the dual core and the top i9 took 15 minutes to do, because we got stuff up to 100 million polys and dynameshed them and remeshed and stuff like that. And the Threadripper Pro, the architecture for that kind of stuff for ZBrush it's just it's what it's designed to do. It's crazy. It's really, really good. Well, I mean, it will be interesting to see, ZBrush says they're making an iPad version, and, maybe that'll be the answer to a lot of that portability stuff. But I have multiple Wacom Studio Pro, Studio Pro, and they're okay. I mean, I worked on them for months, but at the end of the day, they just don't have, I mean, we jammed 32 gigs of RAM into it, and it wasn't super stable, but, I mean, it works. But, yeah, we will see. All right. So, the anatomical things I was going to suggest and talk about, I feel that you're right. He just has the weirdo body. That's why I was like, depending on who the reference is, it makes a difference. I would still like to see you do the body first, because it gives you a solid idea of what's happening. No, he looks great. He really does. And then the head dents. Those are the only things I really see are the issue. Because chances are you'd see his cup. I just feel the shorts are the thing that's killing you here. Because everything else is really nice. Like even the wrinkles in the shoes and stuff, super nice. You're definitely getting there. And the anatomy is nice. I mean, he looks great. Killing it. Do you have any questions on this one before we move on? Oh, I'm sure it'll be different, but I mean, with everything, everyone learns to deal with what they deal with. It all depends on what's important with you. Yeah, I've had a 24 to 27 inch Cintiq for 20 years, so me working on anything that isn't a large Cintiq is a nightmare, I can assume. All right. If you have no questions on this one, we're going to move to the next. Boop. And this is who? Does it say on it? Is it Onor? All right. Let us see, let us see, let us see what we got. I've had a... Hey, Onor. Onor? Is that... Sorry, if I butcher people's names, I apologize. I'm a mess. I've had one Cintiq eat it, but that was like the 21 UI. That was a really, really old one. I've never had a problem with mine. I mean, this one is... God, at least 6 or 7 years old. That one's probably the same in that 7 to 8 year range. And then I have 2 new ones. But Cintiq has always been very good about like fixing problems. Like I said, I had problems with the Studio Pros. I guess where the battery was, it was burning pixels in. But they just replaced them for me. I mean, they just sent me new ones. I mean, I was also kind of as close to it. Cintiq doesn't have actual brand ambassadors or sponsorships. But I was probably as close to one as you could get. Like, I was doing presentations for him, and I was going to trade shows with him. So I never had a problem. They'd always just send me another one if there was a problem. All right. Deformation layers. Look at you go. Okay. The anatomy seems pretty sound. I like the... Is it supposed to be scarification, or... I like the linear detail on the face. It's subtle, but it's insidious. You know, it has sort of that creepy... It's not... I mean, she's not emaciated, but it gives you that emaciated sort of feel, which is nice. I know you're working in symmetry, but when you get to the point where you start to break the symmetry, I would have one of these off of the horn and one on, or just so it looks, you know, so it looks like they've pulled it up and over. And then that way it's not quite so symmetrical. There it is. If that makes any sense. The skulls seem a little arbitrary to me right now. In the sense of... where are our skulls? Where are you guys? Let's turn the skulls off for a second. Like, I don't know what's happening with the skulls. They don't feel like they're coming out of the body. They feel like they're just applied to the body. I would say yeah. I mean, most people in the gaming industry are using ZBrush at least at one point in the stage, but I don't know anyone not using ZBrush, so I would say yeah. I'm a Wacom user. I've used Wacom for 20 something years, so everything I own's Wacom. I'm used to the Wacom Touch. There's the new company that came out, X something, I think, and they're all ex-employees of Wacom, and I guess their technology, I played with their tablet a little at the summit, and it was very nice, and it's a little cheaper, but I haven't really worked with it. Like, I haven't had it underhand, you know. I couldn't tell you like its true response. Yeah, Zenso Labs, whatever they are. But they're super nice people, and they're actually almost all old Wacom employees. They supposedly, like I said, when I just sat there and played with it a little, it seemed very responsive. I'm not sure about the big blocky thing on the side, but I have a space mouse. So that might resolve a lot of the, like, if you don't have a space mouse, that might have all that stuff done. Those were being used a lot during the summit, so I didn't get a lot of time to play on it. But I'm thinking of picking one up to try it, because the people are very nice. I mean, they're nice people. It seems to be a good company. But I've tried other tablets, and they just do not feel like a Wacom. But to be fair, I've had a Wacom for 20 something years, so a little bit of change becomes dramatic when you're so used to it. Like every time they change a pin, I lose it because they're never the same. I'm just like, ah! So I'm a Wacom person, but I mean, I'm not like if Huon came out with something that had, you know, more sensitivity in the stroke and stuff like that, I would definitely consider it. Because how I sculpt, I do very high resolution with very low intensity brushes. Like I use clay tubes almost 90% of the time. And so I usually work on a model that's, my first run is 5 to 12 million polys is where I start sculpting. But that gives me like 9 subdivision levels. Because I sculpt with my subdivision levels a lot. So I like having the ability to slowly creep up on my surfaces. And I like the ability of using my clay tubes. I use the edge, like the square edge of my clay tubes to start to lay parts out. So it's just how I sculpt is sort of how the ZBrush or the Wacom sensibility or sensitivity is. If I found something that did the same thing, you know, I'm not, like I said, I'm not a brand ambassador. They don't give me free stuff or anything like that. So, you know, if something's $4,000 and something's $2,000 and they're the same quality, then yeah, without a question. But Huon's just never produced anything that feels the same. Just the stylus response just isn't there. And I'm really picky. All right, so let's get back to you. Sorry. Your fabric looks good. Your fabric reaction looks good. Your anatomy looks good. I feel like you got a little lost of what's going on right here. The easiest way to deal with your fabric stuff is go to a fabric store and buy some and drape it over a chair, or if you have a dress form, I would buy a cheap dress form, and that way you can pin things on and look at how folds happen naturally. But I feel like you've got the right shapes, but the tensions are a little odd. It feels a little loose for the tension of this much fabric hanging on these, right? Like this actually is a good fabric intersection right here, this front one. This. Right, this is nice. And then this is nice. But I feel like there's a but I sort of feel, let me make my brush a touch bigger here. What do we have? I'm going to probably turn on a lot of things that are hidden when we turn this all back on. In the future, just as far as organization goes, the things that you, like different iterations that you don't have turned on, put them in a separate folder. So when you do what I'm about to do, you don't lose. Oops, see, that's even the wrong one. See, like these ones that are unused, get them in a folder so you can turn them off. because I want to be on this layer. Where are you? There we are. No. This layer. Turn everyone off. Okay. So, you know, it's going to get tight up here, or your line, and I'm going to do this melodramatically, right? I'm not saying this is what it should look like, per se. So it's thin and tight, and figure out where your tension is, right? Because fabric hangs in weight. So you want to decide where those two tension points are, right? So this one, obviously, the tension point starts about here, and it's ending as it disappears as it's rolling off that hip, right? So we're going to roll off the hip, put weight into it, and then come back down there. So that's producing this natural thing here. So these, the tension points are coming from that tension point and there, and then that one's coming from same tension point and there. So now, what's happening here, right? So chances are this is probably coming from roughly the same tension point and coming down. Right? Because it's like going to roll off that hip. Now, you come back in here. In this, I feel sort of... You know, this probably is coming there. And that's probably coming there. Yeah, it probably has a fold. And then this break is happening where the weight of the fabric is coming down. And you sort of have this as a soft hump. Usually fabric breaks happen where this is continuing on with the tension of the curve, and then it breaks, and then it continues. And now that can be subtle, but it very rarely is just lumpy. Because I'm assuming this is a softer, sort of satiny fabric. This doesn't appear to be wool. So these can be pretty organic breaks, but pay attention to how your fabric breaks happen. And see from the side, see how these are lumpy. And I know I just went over it, but you can see how your line, like this bump right here, like if this is a satiny material, you're not going to get these mid-fabric bumps. Unless, what you sort of are representing here, you have this coming in, and the fabric breaks. That comes around. That's a fabric break, right? That's where the tension of this folds under the tension of the next one. It looks like you sort of have a fabric break there, but you're not showing it here. So I would do a little bit more research on your fabric. Do I game on my PC? I play Cyberpunk quite a bit. And then, well, I haven't played in a while. And then, what's the one that is the other spacey one that everyone kind of hates or hates on? Star. It's the same people who did. Is it same people who did like Fallout and all of that? Is it Bungie? I don't know. Hey JM. I play those because I don't mind. It's more like therapy. I just run around and, you know, hang out on planets and stuff. Yes, not StarCraft. Starfield. That's it. But see how you have this lump here? So, duplicate. Let's lower our subdivision levels. And it's funny, whenever you get humps, lower your subdivision levels and just smooth. And that's giving you your tensions back, right? Because you're removing a lot of your humps. Mm-hmm. Uh-oh. Nope. One second. All right. We will download those. All right. And what's funny is smoothing is actually doing exactly what fabric tension is, right? It's relaxing the geometry between the big contact points. And you see how it sort of just hangs down and spreads out. You probably are going to have something that, depending on the thickness of the fabric, obviously, you're probably going to spread out just a little bit more. Just to give you more of that hourglass feel. It's just a more dramatic line. And so let's take and figure out where our major folds are, right? Okay, we have one coming off the hip. And then, you know, oh, this is too big. Tension. You know, figure out where your tensions are. And be careful for these like little central humps. Right? Because this should be, they should be tension. And then you can figure out what your secondary ones are, and you know, just figure out how the fabric's actually working, and do it between high and low. So you go back to your high res, and you can see we still have the flow from what you did before. So you have, you know, that. And this is also why I sculpt in clay tubes. I don't tend to use the standards, because I'm painting with surfaces, right? So clay tubes gives me a flat surface, which I can then decide what my reflection planes are. And so I know that's happening, right? And so we know that cuts in. That's gonna scoot. You know, just work through, get your facets in, figure out what's happening. And then every time you start to get too lumpy, you just lower your res again. Smooth it out. Come back to high res. And you still have your rough forms where you were working. If that makes sense. But it's not like you were super far off. Now we're going to completely be a mess because I didn't pick which ones were right and which ones are wrong. But you, hide you. There are a couple U's. I think we're hiding you guys. No. You're hidden. You're hidden. You're the good one. Okay. Oh, hold on. Let's somehow let's just delete you. You go away. I think these are probably all. Oh no, you're using these. Okay. And then we're going to turn that back on. So, again, I'm not quite sure what the skulls are doing. And I really feel like the skulls are not, aren't helping you. I think you're fighting with them in the sense of, they really trash the silhouette of the figure. And I can't tell what they're doing. I know, Raz. I do live. I do. Are you telling me I need to play Elder Ring? Is that what's going on here? So I would say that, tell me what the story of the skulls are. Like, are they supposed to be coming out? Because here it sort of appears like they're merging out of the body, or like this tear in the dress, and they're kind of coming out. The problem is we're losing her form, and it just really looks like a random decision to me, as opposed to a well thought out process. I don't think you understand what is happening with the skulls, so they feel pretty randomized here. I'm going to put them all in your skull folder here. And then I am also going to come in here and I'm going to merge all these down. And I'll show you what I mean. Well, I love cyberpunk because I grew up reading cyberpunk. You mean to play games, or to the Cintiqs are 4K? Or do you mean to play games? I play games on that. Come on. And that is a 65-inch Bravia. That is the sexiest piece of glass there is. It's really nice. And yeah, it's 4K. And my bed's right there, so I sit in my bed and I play video games on that. Come on, you. Yeah, it's the brand new L95, whatever the hell. Nope. iPad. I'm looking forward to the new iPads coming out. It's supposed to be a couple weeks. No, I don't have a laptop. when I travel, 90% of the things I would do on a laptop, I do on my phone. I just got an iPad. I'm in the Apple unit, like I use that iPhones and all of that. So I'm sort of in the Apple universe, other than my PC or my actual work computer. Come on, you can do it. There we go. All right. So, oh, one more spell. Get in there. You're not getting away. And this might, once again, take what I say for a grain of salt. You know, I mean, there might be references to this and that's what it is and blah, blah, blah. But I just think that if you have it being just a little bit more kinetic, where it feels like something's happening. And again, I don't know what the intention is, so you're like, well, no, it's supposed to be a stack of skulls. Then ignore me. But I feel that if they are at least, and you don't have to distort the skulls, you can place them where they're not distorted. But I think that, I mean, you know, if it feels like they're actually moving, doing something, or transitioning, if they feel like they're coming out of the dress somehow, or, you know, just have them interacting a little bit more, because right now it just looks like this lump of skulls, and you're losing all of her shape. So the nice exotic lines that you're creating, you're completely losing with the skulls. So wrap your head around what you want the skulls to be doing, because right now they're more a distraction than anything else, right? Because, you know, that's a nice figure you got going. It has good lines. You know, you have interesting tension with the leg coming out of the, you know, the dress. Here again, because you have this slit, and I know that you're in your like little A pose and that, but with this slit, that slit's opening because it's falling across the leg, right? So that slit would be because her leg is a little forward. Otherwise, it wouldn't do that, especially with things in here waiting that closed. That is really because, let's go transparency. You and your layers. And I know that I just moved her butt, but really, did I take both legs? Oh, I have symmetry on. And honestly, you're probably rotating that hip out a little. Mm-mm. Mm. And now, see, that gives that a reason for that to peek out in the open. So, you know, the fabric's telling a story, and I have not tried Relief Maker. I did see Relief Maker, and I will say it does appear to take the relief farther around. But I tend to do that by hand anyway. I have not tried it. Oh, is there a concept drawing? I'm sorry. I just downloaded the model. Let me see. Did you upload it? Is there a concept drawing? I mean, if you upload the if you upload the reference image, I'd be happy to use it. Sorry about that. Right, but you can see where that then creates a reason for this to fall open. And I don't know why that's set so high. And then that gives you this opening here, and why that's curving there, and then that gives you why that's rolling off the leg there. And that gives you that pinching curve that's happening right here. Come on, show me the JPEG. No, let's stop. Everybody stop. Stop. In a second, I'll show you what I mean by the yeah. Yeah, so see what I mean? The skirt opening is from her leg moving forward. Okay, so this is supposed to feel like she's summoning and it's coming out of her. This is a nice image. Did you do this drawing? Sorry, I don't get out much. It may be someone that I should know, but I can't. My poor brain. I've been dealing with 6mm body jewelry for the last year and a half, so my poor brain isn't out there. Yeah, it's a lovely image. So, and again, you're in your T pose mode, so, or your A pose mode, so you don't have the pose in there. But here, let's do this. Where are our skulls? We're gonna take you. Let's decimate you down. this corrupts. That's always annoying to me. Decimation Master. Let's decimate it down to 1,000,000. Custom. Let's give it that. So you downloaded, did you download Relief Maker? The other thing about this is, remember, I wouldn't spend too much time putting wrinkles in anything in your A if you are going to pose it, because these wrinkles have absolutely nothing to do with wrinkles that'll happen if this arm is bent. So get your rough fabric in, get your rough weights in, pose it, and then spend time on the fabric. Because the second you pose it, it has absolutely nothing to do with the same fabric curves and bends and stuff. Ash, how we doing? I didn't get to spend time with you last week because I went up to Marin and had fires and hung out with friends from London. So I didn't get to hang out with you. Yay! I'm glad to hear it. Yeah, someone, I think it was, I think it's one of my students, Juan, was playing with it. And like I said, it does look like it continues the... Well, don't ignore it. I mean, get the feel for it. But, yeah, don't spend time and energy on fabric if you're going to pose it, because it completely changes. Yeah, Juan's lovely. And he's just a beautiful person. He's like one of my favorite people out there. Except for Ash. Ash is one of my favorite people out there. Even though she constantly rebuffs my friendship. Your complete nut job face. It's one of my favorite icons ever. You have great icons. You're so iconic. We're almost there. The joys of dynameshing. Or of remeshing. Or decimating. Or whatever the hell I'm doing. I don't know what I'm doing. Well, I think your talent could be considered redeeming. And your love of stomping bread is still something that I find very endearing. Slobber and bread stomping. Two of my faves. Alright, so now... See, because right now it just sort of looks like the wonderful world of Skull Bodice, as opposed to things coming out of her torso. I know. But I have the mental picture of you stomping bread. Can't you? I mean, look at that icon. That looks like someone's like, is that sourdough? And, I feel, compelled. So I decimated these low so we could do this. I have my move topology brush on, and here, let's make it even bigger than that. Let's change our focal shift. We'll make our brush a touch bigger. That way it's going to yank what I grab. Let's go to this. Let's turn off lines. Now we can see what we're doing. Now let's grab a couple of these and just drag them out here. Is my focal shift? still shouldn't be distorting that. That's focal shift, isn't it? Ash, why does it do it to me? I don't understand. I used to be able to just grab these without them being all weird. That shouldn't distort at that scale, but whatever. Let's get these bad boys out of here. Let's get a big one in there. Right? Especially nice soft white bread, very good foot feel. I think like pumpernickel, like all the sandy chunks would get between your toes. Not quite sure about the pumpernickel, but white bread, without a doubt. Good foot feel. Now, obviously, these are not facing in the correct direction, but stop it. Damn it. I'm moving all over the place. But they're definitely coming off and out of her body. So try to get it where it feels that, and I would leave this hip and breast line where you can see it, because that way you're defining, it's not just like this weird breastplate. It's something that is coming out and is ethereal. And if you're looking at this, right, it feels like it's coming out and it's moving in the directionality of her hand, like her hand's casting it, you know. So make sure to get that going. Honestly, what I would probably do first before I'd even pretend to deal with all the skull crap is I would take a pin, star, oop. Where's our star? W, make a ball. Boop. Snake hook. Sculptures Pro. And kind of get the feel that you want. And once again, our hand's not casting, but you know, kind of get the flow and the directionality sort of where you want it. And just play with bumps for a bit, you know, kind of get that feeling of like size and form, and just slowly kind of build up to where you're getting a nice flow, a nice feel of sort of what's happening. And then once you have a foundation and a rhythm, then come back in and sort of place the skulls. If that makes any sense at all. Get that lined up. Lined up. Go twist. Give it like some nice action, like it's coming off smoking or something. Stop it. Accept. Bend curve. Get a couple in there. Dynamesh that bead. Right, just so it has a flow, like something's happening. And then go back and fill that form up with yeah, no, critiques every Monday, or I still think it's Monday. Every Tuesday, I'll be here from now on. Unless big events are happening. And once again, this is a motion issue instead of a pose issue. So I would just do something like this until you get her pose, and then, you know, have it accent, you know, the motion. Because if you're looking at your source image, you know, the skulls are starting to fill that space. They're becoming the alternate triangle, right? You have big triangle here. You have directionality here. These are this triangle. You know, you have her hands pointing this way, projections kind of going this way, skulls are going this way. So you definitely have this outward and upward motion going on. She's looking out here. So a lot of the skull stuff is going to be determined by the pose. So I think, I mean, your base model looks great. Get it into pose next, because especially with some of the detail stuff that you're doing, The detail stuff is completely, absolutely, and utterly dependent on the pose. And this pose is very dramatically different than an A pose. So yeah, yep, we can send the link. Boop. There it is. There it is. Did that go to everyone or just Twitch? Here, let's do it here. I think that goes to everyone as opposed to just Twitch. Like the fingernails? I would probably sculpt them separately, only because because you're trying for pretty tight anatomy stuff. I mean, like, you know, this is subtle detail in the face and such. So, you know, you want fairly realistic anatomical fingers, and it's so much. The shape of fingers are so tricky, like where the weights are. You know, I wouldn't screw with that. I would do the nails separately, and then you can get them dramatic, you can get them to fit, you can get the pose, and then tie them in. But hand anatomy can be tricky as is, so I would definitely do the nails separate, because those are big, dramatic nails. Did I just throw that away? No, say it isn't so. Why do I close all my windows? Oh, because they're white and I'm glaring off of them. I guess I need downloads. One sec. Cool. All right, so this was 7. Open. No. Oh. That's not what I wanted to do. Do you have any other questions with this one? Yeah, of course you can upload images. Yeah, no problem at all. Please bring it back like next week or the week after, whenever you feel, because I'd like to see it after it's posing and stuff. All right. We have import. Load tool. And then we're going to load tool. Ratio. What the heck? Huh. Interesting. My server is in a different place. That's funny. Okay, so Jacob, you are first, so let's look at what you got here, buddy. Jacob has that. Did Tim get in here? No, I think I did Jacob twice. Delete all. And we want Tim. let me quickly go over to Dropbox. Bring you up here, close you, just to make sure that, yeah. File requests, Pixelogic, view uploads, and oh, Titus, we have 2 of yours. Okay, we're gonna download you while we're looking at this. All right, we are doing Jacob first, right? Jacob is the dragon or the dinosaur. I don't know what you're doing. Hello? Is it saving? As it saves, I'm gonna eat a piece of bacon. Yeah, nope, tonight's been very good. All right. He's a fun character. It just reminds me of what was Meet the Robinsons or whatever. Get him! He's like, I'm trying to get him, but I have a big head and little arms. One of my favorite scenes ever. Yeah, it's great. Yeah. Oh, his hair. Oh, I see. He has. Okay. Everybody has hair. You have some nice weight wrinkles. The pose is adorable. I might have the teeth a little bit more round, just so they present a little less like a graphic and a little bit more like an object. And then also, as they are presenting round, like you have this nice little area for it, you know, tying out, so that gives the lip something to, whoa, I guess I have to put focal shift back down. That gives the lip something nice to roll around. And it doesn't change your silhouette this way, but it gives this a little bit more depth. And a reason for that tear to be there. Because you're sort of having a dent here. Come on. Come on. And just having the teeth reacting with the bottom lip. You have it going graphically, but punch it dimensionally just so it feels like there's some, because you're very deep in your detail. Don't flatten your teeth out. The detail's nice. The motion's nice. You know, even for being a fairly staid pose. You know, the slight till the head helps. You know, sort of like a proud position. Your eyes, depth, and character are really fun and nice. Let's turn him off. And let's see what we got here. Homie got a cone head, which is, oh, I guess you have hair. So maybe that's just the face profile. The saddle is very thick. I don't know if that's intentional, but I mean, if you look at the thickness of his leg, the saddle is as thick as his legs. So I might consider bringing the saddle down in scale. So it doesn't feel like it's so thick. Now, hold on. I have the images. Give me a second. Yeah. The shape of the face is purely, you have hair, so that's, yeah, I can see that. Alright. Is it gonna let me scroll? No. Okay. Yeah, see, this is a roll, but it doesn't, like, the distance between the back of the dinosaur and her doesn't seem to be quite that thick. Let's keep looking here. That is absolutely hysterical. No, it looks great. Without a doubt. If you look at the scale of the saddle compared to the thickness of the leg, well, I guess that's the image. I guess that's funny. The rendering really pulls that down when you put that texture in there, doesn't it? Fascinating. Absolutely fascinating. And again, like I was telling them up there, when you have different resolution models and you're not using all of your parts, put the parts you're not using in a folder. So when someone is giving you reviews or you're trying to look at everything, you turn everything on, you're not stuck with everything being turned on. Why are you? He's a lot of fun. He looks great. I'll tell you what, it definitely, it makes the model look great. That's the whole thing. I don't render. Like, everything I do is for manufacturing. So when I start talking about things like, oh, the saddle's not looking like this, I have to make the saddle look like that. I can't rely on rendered texture stuff. Again, I use Sakari Kaku's brushes, and like for your wrinkles, instead of just having them be cut in, I like the twist tool. And here, let's kick it up at its full. And it keeps from making the easy V creases. Give me one sec. Give me one sec. We'll get there soon. Man, that white just bleaches me out. It's hysterical. Makes me look like a zombie. So you close all the white windows and I look like a human again. Yeah, they're fabulous. I mean, and he usually streams on Fridays from Japan, and he is a fabulous sculptor and honestly one of the nicest people in the world. I like him a great deal. He's good shit. But like, just generally when you're doing wrinkles and stuff, I find that the twist brushes just give you so much nicer things to go with, even just like that, right? Because it's not a V, it has weight, so it's not just an even V. So even for large flat things, it's giving you, right, a much more distinctive curve. And once again, taking clay tubes, you can come back on the back side and do what you want with them. Flatten them off in the front. But even just off the two strokes, see how much more kinetic this is than these? They just have so much nicer read. Yeah. So I would suggest using that. Your hands have good character. The face has good character. Dimensionalize the teeth so they interact with the gum. The hair looks good. The eyes actually have good stuff. The little tongue's funny. Yeah, no. Looks great. Any questions? Okay. If there are no more questions on you, we will go to Tim. All right. So boop. You go, Sourpuss. Your wrinkle organization is nice. The pose is pretty kinetic. It looks good from a lot of angles. It's funny, the robe's making me feel like the legs are short. It's always funny. Alright, we'll talk about that hand. That hand's pretty good. Alright, let's hide that robe. What's our little guy look like here? Where is he? Where is he? Where is that man? You here, Timothy? Or Tim, sorry. Interesting. You have them broken up in bits. Or did you just get rid of all of the body? Oh, sorry, Titus. Sorry. Oh, this is Titus? Did I not? Tim Bowden, Titus Wright? Well, if you don't mind sending me the body, because there are a couple of things that I think might be off, and it's always hard to tell if you don't have the body. Because it feels like his head got pretty big, or his legs got short. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Well, maybe not. I mean, his legs are pretty spread out. I understand why you get rid of bodies and stuff, but especially when you're dealing with fabric, it's so important to have your hard surface referencing. Yeah, I have you up next, Titus. Sorry, I was confused. To be fair, I live in a state of confusion. Alright, we're just going to double check again on the calendar to make sure that we are not going over anyone's time at 8. I didn't think I saw anyone there, but sometimes things pop up. Yeah, no. We are free to go longer. Good, good, good. There are no artists in your area. That's crazy. It is hard without having people to discuss and look and plan and plot with. It is hard. Goodness, guys, we are going to have to learn. First thing we're going to do is have a class on how to organize your models. You guys are killing me. How am I supposed to turn things on and off? Okay, let's do... that is good. So we're going to turn those off. We're going to turn you on. We're going to turn you on. What are you? Where is this our guy here? Robe final smooth. Robe final. Alright, so we're going to turn you on. We are going to turn you on. We're going to turn you off, turn you off, turn you on, turn you off, turn you on, turn you off, turn you on. Okay, turn you on, turn you on, turn you on, turn you on. This is a good one, so we're going to turn you guys off, turn you on, turn you off, turn you on. Turn you off, turn you off, turn you on. It looks like these might be good pieces. Maybe I missed those. Oh. Control W, turn on layers, come down here, and we're going to go new folder. Yes, we want all that stuff going into the new folder. Untitled folder. Now we're going to turn all your crap off. And now this should be all the good stuff. I might have muffed this up a little because I had turned stuff off before I... Nope. Okay, that was a nice try. Alright, what did I do wrong? You... Alright, ball, you are in there. Turn you off. What is that ball? Alright, I pork the pooch on this one. You know what we're gonna do? We're gonna reopen this model. Delete all. No, we crashed too. No, I don't need to save it. Alright. Come on, ZBrush. Don't be crashing on me. So what have we all learned? ZBrush. We fought for years to get folders in ZBrush. Use them. Use them wisely, young Padawan. What is going on? Oh, the update. It ruined my thing. Did everyone update their version of ZBrush? Edit. Let's do this before this makes me nuts. Where is the startup utilities? Store current tools, store materials, start edit mode. Store current brush. Is it clay tubes? No, we want to go to clay tubes real quick. Clay tubes. Okay, so store current brush, right? Clay tubes. Dynamic, we don't need any of that on. Local symmetry on. Light box closed. Start and edit mode material. Okay. Install custom startup. All right, so now I'll start with an active model. Okay. Load a tool. 10. And then we will load Titus as well. Come on. Load tool. Where are you? I thought I just downloaded these. Okay. Download them again. I'm all beat up. Why are you not showing up in the download folder? Am I sending this someplace else? No, it's downloads. So confusing. Why you do that to me? Okay. Titus. And you have a reference image. Okay. Wow, is Pure not? Do I not have it installed on this? Did it get uninstalled? Interesting. I am crashing. We did crash. That was a crash. Just so you know, was a crash. Okay. I know it's triggering is the right word. Okay. Well, I'm going to assume that your body's okay. But let's get into the nitty-gritty here a little. One, this hand feels too delicate. It's not holding on to that. So what I really want you to do is take a picture, get something and actually put weight on it. And what you're going to start to see are these little back wrinkles that happen when you're holding on to something hard. You'll see how there are tensions in the hand when you're holding on to something with pressure. You'll see that parts flatten out. And this is one of the hardest things to do with hands, is make them actually feel like they are actually holding an object. See, like right here, it's all nice and tense. But if you look at my hand and I have even just my thumb in it, you see that there's meat there. And these really subtle indicators are what make it look like you're holding or you're not holding. So take some photos, grab like a Coke can or whatever your width is, and just hold it and take photos. And then really analyze what are the things that really are the key factors that show you that there's weight in that hand and that hand has tension. Because right now it looks like someone's posing for a pool cue picture, right? I mean, look, he's holding like three hands like this, or three fingers like this. He's all like up front. He's like, yeah, I got this wizard staff thing, and then he's holding it in the back like doo-ba-doo-ba-doo-doo-doo. Have I frozen? Am I still going? Because in my screen, I'm frozen. Like, pretty dramatically frozen. Can you guys hear me? Or am I doomed? Oh, okay. So on YouTube, we are not frozen. Maybe it's just my Twitch feed appears to be frozen. Okay. Yeah, no, see, look, my image in Twitch is totally frozen. Is there someone on Twitch? I mean, do you all see me moving? Is it just me not? Yeah, whatever. As long as we're not frozen, who cares? Who sculpted my head on the background? Me. Are you are you talking about the loves you image? This one? Yeah, that's me. I have one that's really me. It was like a coupe devil that I then sort of converted to me. But then I actually sculpted, well, it was for the ZBrush Summit. I actually sculpted me. And wow, what is going on with that? Weirdness abound. Come on. Okay, better. It's pretty funny. I wonder if I have it. Let's see. Where's Dropbox? You'll actually appreciate it. I need to go to Dropbox Anybody because Tim has his wizard body. Boop, 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 download. And now we are going to search for... No. We're going to search for E. No. Oh, there it is. We'll down that too. All right. So, it is a really silly, subtle thing, but it is what separates truly beautiful, grade A, professional. It's just getting good reference. Actually, I think I did a rough scan of myself at the summit, like on my phone, and used that base model. I mean, it's a horrible model, but it puts everything in the right place, and then I sculpted me. That was Summit a few years ago. Okay, yeah, no, my image on Twitch is completely frozen. I wonder if I refresh it, it'll be better. Did I just wipe out chat? No. Okay. Here, just while we're downloading your body, one sec, I think I downloaded it. Star, import, Tomas Devil Summit. There we go. Yeah, so that was, and I used like the actual sculpt of my jewelry. So it is actually wearing the jewelry. My head's a little wider because it has to go around the ring, but yeah. Actually, that ring is being worn in Dubai right now. My business partner wears it all the time. He's so funny. All right. Enough of the silliness. Enough silliness. Load tool. You don't remember that? Yeah. My good old Tomas ring. Okay, so let's talk about the pose for a second. It's pretty dynamic. Like from this angle, it looks pretty good. Now, the thing that you want to remember is this thing is on the ground, right? Like right now you have one toe on the ground and everybody else is floating. So make sure when you do this stuff, grounding is super important, because even if it's a little off, our lizard brains are trained pretty well to pay attention to things. That is set way too high. Right? So you want to make sure that you're actually grounded. And I know I've just distorted your foot. Deal with it. And then here again, make sure that, just like the hands, make sure it makes sense, because chances are it's not just one toe. You probably have two toes pretty anchored, and then the others are floating. Especially in an action pose, like, you know, he's torquing that hip and knee, so make sure that, you know, he's actually planting on that. And then again, get into that pose. Take pictures of your foot in that pose, because just like the district, I mean, look at that hand, right? It's very prissy. It's very, you know, that's not someone this is not someone going into battle. This is someone priss noodling around something. I don't know what he's doing, but he's not going into battle. Take pictures of your feet, look at them, try to mimic them exactly, because your anatomy's good, right? So don't the real key indicators of weight and motion, don't cheap out on them. You have a pretty good twist in your torso, but your torso isn't twisting, which means your hips aren't twisting, right? So that hip, let's look from the back. Okay, that hip is moving forward a little, but chances are this hip's moving forward even more, just so you're getting that twist. But that also means that your torso's twisting, right? Because right now it's pretty straight. And so think about this being a box, right? So this is twisting with that, and see how now it's no longer a straight line, just down his torso. And this is going to help you distribute your weight better. Okay, so you're actually twisting in the torso. You're not just sculpting some of the key features in that happening. Poor old guy got a saggy butt. But you can see now that your torso is twisting, which also would probably leave you with a little bit more of this curve in here. Right, because that's a twist. Come on. You can do it. You can do it. And that is doing that, which it should be doing. Your chest is a little concave here. And you're like, this is all under the robe. Why do you care? Because it's important to care about your anatomy. Your rib cage is a little bulbous, but that's okay. once again, this is rotating. So that's actually there. Because that hip's going back more. Alright. We'll let you get away with that. But look at this leg here, okay? There's something going on with this pose. Because, like, from here it looks okay, right? But from here it sure as hell does not look like the weight is on that leg, right? Because if you think about it, that leg's planting, and honestly, most of the weight should be on this leg. But it's, from this angle, it's just sort of flitting off into space. From here, it looks okay. So there's something going on with this leg, and I think it's probably just sort of jammed up in there, is my guess. Like, I think you're probably... I think you stretched the lower leg a little too much. And then... I think when you bent it high, and the knee rode up or something. So look at your body from slightly different angles. And make sure all your volumes are correct after you're posing. Clay buildup. Who uses that brush? Clay tubes, damn it. Mm-mm. 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 And I know I flattened you out a little in there. But so I'd fiddle futz with this leg a little bit. Because remember, I was like, oh, your leg's short. And then I'm like, oh, well, maybe your leg's not short. This leg is twisted unnaturally. And it comes down to figuring out where that is. And that's probably, it might just be a repose or something, but it looks sort of like the knee's broken here. You just have to make sure that from every angle, you know, because this joint doesn't really twist that much. And the center of the back of your leg, like where your calf is, you just got to remember it twists. It doesn't twist like a spiral. It twists like two bone, right? You know, it's a long spiral. So I think that this knee got shortened, and then I just don't like how it's sitting right there. It doesn't look like it's bearing weight. So it's in here somewhere. Because from the front, it looks like it's bearing weight. See, from that side, I'm just not convinced that's bearing weight. I also think that maybe this leg... Maybe this leg is... Oh, shicely. No, why are you doing that? It did not like that. Oh, I accidentally... I'm on anchor points. Anchor points don't like models this big. Was not paying attention. Okay. Yeah, go ahead and load something up. We don't have anyone after us, so I can. I'm here. I'm here to give you psychological post-traumatic stress disorder. All right, let's. I'm going to quickly. Let's go to a base model real quick. Tool. Let's just go to Nick. And let's just do this real fast. Let's get rid of his layers. All you guys putting layers on things. Bake all. Okay. So, you know, you got to figure that he's twisting. So we're going to take... stop it. Let's twist you around. Okay, we got torso twist. Oh, damn it. Fine. W. Kind of there. With our torso. Hold on, let me get rid of this stuff. He doesn't need eyes and heads. We're looking at a... All right. You can see how accurate I'm being here. I don't want to hear anything out of you, mister. All right, and then this arm is... kind of coming up here. And this arm is kind of coming back a little more. Sorry, inquiring minds have to know. I hate it when I see something and I can't figure it out. It makes me nuts. Makes me nuts. All right, roughly there. Now, we are going to skew W because its weight's on his back leg. So we're going to... Whoa! No. We have to accept first. Accept. Now we skew his weight over to his back leg. Except we're going to take this leg and we're going to roll it forward. Farther out than that, if I remember, because if you think you're jabbing, you're going to get a good foundation. And now we're taking this hip And we are first of all, we're rotating from the hip. So our leg is coming out. Let's make this move rotate so I can actually pull that hip out some. He's going there. Alright, sort of spreading that back and out. And then this knee bends in this direction. Ankle. Well, hold on. He's twisting this knee out. Twist. Okay. I would say that's going out even. Nope. Rotate. It's probably rotating out more. So he's getting a good solid base there. And then that rotates the ankle. Boom, boom. Stop it. Stop it. Yeah. Why are you doing that? What's going on? Now you rotate? I see how we are. Start at the ankle. Am I just... Why aren't you working? Fine. You gonna be a pain in the butt? I will do it the cheesy way. Boop. Okay. Oh, Scheisseliebe. Alright, thought I was going to be able to cut that, but not happening. Alright, so now we take you. I know that's not real, but deal with it. Alright, so if that's where that leg is, we need to now compensate with this leg. Bringing it out a little more. Then we'll bring it out this way a little more. And then that gives you I don't want to hear anything about this, you guys. Tomas, that's a crappy pose. Alright. Now let's re-skew him back to center. Right? Because the combat stance should be centered. So you're dealing with something sort of like that. So you can see from this angle the knee looks like it's sort of braced back and supporting that weight. And it's supporting it up into that hip. So, you know, this has to sort of be a straight line where it's going into the hip if it's supporting the weight. And then that's your counterlever. But we're it doesn't feel like we're coming in at this angle on yours, so load tool. Escape. Load tool. The only reason I'm being this persnickety is because your sculpt is good. And it's really subtle stuff that makes the difference between a good sculpt and a bad sculpt. So you can see where your pose is off, right? Because if we look at this guy, you have a nice open center pose. If you're looking at him like this way, holding a staff, right? His body's going to be centered. His leg spread is going to be centered. It's got to bear weight, right? So he has a nice wide sort of 3/4 horse stance in which he's holding a cane. And then we come back to your guy, and I think that's the other problem that I'm seeing, because see here you're pretty close to center pose, right? I mean, from the front it does not look bad, but right here it's just how you twisted the torso, and then how this hip, like this isn't dropping back to be supportive. It's like all crunched up on the torso, right? He's like, it's almost like he's knocking his knees, where, you know, here, let's get these into the same model. Come on. Oh, I totally squished him. What'd I do? There we go. You know, the spread's pretty close. And honestly, him being skewed a little over to that side as opposed to being perfectly square, that's fine. Here, let me skew him to where they're roughly skewed. Right, because that's just putting more weight on that back leg. But do you see the difference in how his the pelvic box is rotating forward and it's opened up? And see how the rib cage is rolling back, the chest is open. And here, your chest is open, like you're sculpting it around as opposed to actually twisting the torso. So, and opening up that pose is keeping that leg from getting short. Remember when I said it feels like the legs are short? It's because they are, because they're not bending. So you can see that the hip and that whole torso is opening up and rotating through, and then and the legs are bearing weight. If that makes any sense. And once again, I know I'm crimping his hips in and blah, 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 blah. But I think this actually shows the difference. Like somehow your pelvis has like sort of collapsed on itself from front to back. It's not rotating. But it's sculpted as if it is rotating. Like some of the surface features are, but the positioning isn't. Like this was sculpted from one angle. And so... it's coming up with some weird stuff. And by this leg not actually opening up, you can see that it almost feels like this back leg is in front of this leg. If we're looking at how the pelvis twist is here. Where if you look here, that pelvis is distinctly twisted. Even as distorted as it is, it's distinctly twisted. Stop it! And you can see how open you are here, but you're bearing weight. You have that tripod, that wide horse stance. So that's the issue. Your pelvis is all wonky. And because your pelvis is wonky, your legs are wonky. So, and why I'm doing this and not critiquing the fabric and all that, because you obviously can sculpt, and you obviously can sculpt the fabric. And it looks good. Like, the fabric looks great, but there was things were in the wrong place, and I couldn't see what it was. And the second you tear your body apart, you'll lose continuity. So I would go back to your base figure and repose him. Take pictures of your feet and take pictures of your hands holding things, and get those subtleties in, because you've got a lot of subtlety in your work. Don't let those things, don't get lazy on those little things that make a great sculpture, right? So I think that's, yeah. He does. Yes. So, yeah, because see, you know, he feels like he's bearing weight. You know, I know that buttocks is weird. I don't want to hear anything about it. Yeah, no, that's not really what a body does. But that helped us solve that problem pretty quick. You're right. How did you know that I have a foot sculpting fetish? When I was in Rome, you know, that huge foot, just kind of rubbing on it. It's just, Actually, that is a pretty sexy foot. Okay. Because your robe and all that, I mean, we can get into it, but there's no point because it's all in the wrong place. Of course. I look forward to seeing this when you fixed it. Okay. Load tool. We have... Where is... Titus. Here we go. Okay, it's just in its lowest subdivision. I was like, wow, did you really sculpt that in that lowest subdivision? I'm impressed. And then you had a you know what foot I'm talking about too. Where are you? I have too many windows open. No, there you are. Oh, yeah. I'm sorry. For some reason, I don't have Pure's uninstalled from my machine. I don't know where it is. When I reinstalled stuff, I must have just left, so I can't get your Pure board open. If you want to, I mean, I could just download Pure again. I mean, I own it. I don't know why it's not installed. Yeah, no, I know. I'm saying that I have Pure Ref. I just don't, for some reason, it's not. Like when I rebuilt my machine at some point, I just didn't reinstall it, I think. Let me double check to make sure. Yeah, when I rebuilt the last time, I guess I just didn't get, it didn't make it. Hold on. can just download it really quick. Is it downloading? Come on. Is there a reason you're not downloading? Download. You can do it. Oh, no? Am I just dumb here? Hold on. I'm just downloading Pure Ref. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I agree. Yeah. Come on. You can do it. Okay, so no, that's not what we're doing. I know you might be taking the picture by yourself, but for reference, getting someone else to take your side pick is good, because the twisting in your Adam's apple isn't rotating out of the scene, so this isn't what you actually look like from the side. I don't know. Oh my god, now I can't remember even how to use Pure Ref anymore. Okay, it's been so long. How do I pan? There we go. Nope. Damn it, Jim. Okay. Yes, that is not a virus. It's okay. All right, let's get back to ZBrush here. Boop. I've got sloppy hand tonight. What is that about? Do I need a new stylus? Oh, you killing me. Killing me, Smalls. I am assuming this is the photo reference. Okay. Yeah, when I say you, I just mean that person. So I feel like his face is rounder than what you have. Oh my god, what's my keystroke so I can pan this in and out thing's gonna make me kill myself. What's on the side of the main row? Okay, the football pick. Is that this one? This one's shot from really low angle though. Oh, football gear. This one? Alright, everybody, tell me what my keystroke is the pan. Where I can just grab and move some. Oh, there. No, that's not inside. Gear. Oh, thank you, Jesus. Make me crazy. All right, let's see. Actually, that's pretty on. I mean, that's looking down on him, but he's looking up. That's pretty on. Oh, this one I think you're probably talking about, huh? Okay, well. I think we have some fairly good straight on images. Like this one's not bad. He's still chin up a little, but that's okay. This is too close. You are getting a bunch of parallax. This actually makes his head look a lot more oval, which is interesting. No drama. All right, so let's look at what we got here. So his lips are back. His pretty proboscis. He's young there. All right. I think we got a pretty good idea what's going on here. Let me. Wait, where'd you go again? Where's that 3/4? I don't think his nose is inset that far. I think your angle's pinching in there a little. So I think in some way, let's get rid of our paint. Oh, I keep forgetting I crash and I don't reset my brushes. I feel like his nose is not that pinched in. And then his cheeks, I think we're doing symmetry right now, right? Yeah, okay. His cheek transition here is a little wider. And this is pretty smooth. Okay, let's get pure ref back in here. Come on. Mm-mm. I want that picture with no glasses. Take those glasses off, son. That's pretty good. Okay, so I think we are dealing with this is going back. I'm gonna close his lips for now. Come on, clay tubes. Yeah, really good references. A big deal. And trying to get things that are just straight on is tricky. And I fight with, I don't really fight, because I mean they're training people who do really wonderful. There are a couple ZBrush portrait sculptors, and everyone insists that you need to put the focal like sculpt in perspective. I hate sculpting in perspective. It makes absolutely no sense to me. I intellectually I understand what they're saying, but intellectually I also feel like all you're doing is compounding the focal length angles. I get it. I mean, I intellectually I get it. It's still I don't buy it. I think sculpting flat on is the only way, because when I sculpt physically, see, I'm a physical sculptor. I have no capacity to change the focal length that I am looking at the model. It makes no sense to me to change how I'm looking at the model. It makes no sense to me. It's really annoying. But like when they sit there and explain it to me, I get it. I just don't buy it, because I did portrait sculpting in clay, marble, and bronze for over a decade, and I never got to change my eyeballs. And so I'm very skeptical as to the oh well, change your focal. I don't buy it. And that's just, it's purely me being silly. No, I want that. I get it, but I'm not buying it. Hold on, sharpen. Nope. Where is shrink, grow? Where's sharpen? Why do I not have sharpen over there? Masking. Sharpen mask. Damn it. focal length's a pain in the butt, honestly. For me, it really comes down to sculpting what you see and learning to see. And I tend to be skeptical about letting the program see for me. So the fake perspective is on top of fake perspective. So it's just like, ah. Am I missing things here? Rococo. Rococo. Alright, so here he has a pretty square, which is leading, and he's getting that line. Oops. Where's that big picture? Where'd you go? Which one? It's funny, it's even making his lips taller in that image. See how his upper lip here is definitely smaller than his lower lip? But because of this, it's pinching the lips together and it's making them seem very equal. It's very funny how that's changing the shape of his face to the point that, because the lips are the closest, so it's sort of fish-eyeing, so it's making them exaggerated. Because if you look in his other images, they're much more elongated. Where that image makes it look like he's almost puckering a little, where he's like kissy facing. That's a good image of his lip line and his cheek line. Nice. At this point, I tend to exaggerate like the dents and stuff because I'm getting geological markings. You guys making friends. You're not supposed to be making friends. You're supposed to be paying attention to me. No. Ashley would never let people make friends on her stream. The one side's more peaky than the other, so we're just going to do a happy medium for right now. I'm just harassing you because I know you're only partially listening. So. And like I tend to try to identify face, like in his lip here, there's the distinct ridge, and then it has almost like a cup, so the lip meat goes around and then it stretches out, so you get this distinct area right here. Right, it's almost like a fabric curve or a fabric crease. And then, see, it's pretty square from that, right? This is a pretty square feature. Little dent. He has the small dents there as well. But you can see that it's cutting back. And that's a very idiosyncratic thing. Those are the things that, like, oh, that's the character, right? So, those are often the things I'm looking for when I'm at this stage. And I tend to make things fairly dramatic and sharp because, once again, I'm defining my reflective stages or my reflective surfaces. So I like to see where my planes are, where my reflections are happening. It's sort of like soft, hard surface modeling. And then this is filling in pretty fully up to the bottom of the lip. And then, what's his chin looking like? A pretty good half round. See what I mean by defining shapes? So there's sort of like this clear triangle here. He has a really nice half round, like a good solid. And then this all comes in and creates sort of a triangle down here. So again, I'm just trying to find the planes. And just every once in a while you can get rid of your stroke lines. I just like the stroke lines because they give me surface direction and it gives me like a bit of surface flow. So that's a little bit of, I'd make the lips a little bit more even. I think they come back a touch more. This bottom lip's a little more square. Chin's a little prominent. So that's just from going through and trying to identify some of the surfacing. Now let's duplicate this. And then let's go back to, hold on, let duplicate, and then duplicate. So merge down, and then take you and merge down. Oh, did I duplicate mine twice? Did I duplicate the wrong one? Oh, god damn it. Oh, I'm not supposed to cuss on line. Sorry. That wasn't me cussing. You didn't hear that from me. I don't know who would cuss like that. That's crazy talk. Alright, so this is your original. And this is our face, sort of. And then this is kind of where I got to. Oh, did I not duplicate? Oh, hold on. I forgot. Wait, hold on. It's this guy. Which is the one that has the history? Did we crash so I lost all the history? Crappus. Hold on, let me re-import the model. Load tool. Okay, so that's your model. And let me get this one. The pen. So this is where you were at. And then this is where I got to. I think that you got a little fishy facey or a little puckery. And you also pinched his nose off. It's, see, you cut all this back and in, and that made, because this is a pretty solid triangular shape on him. Right, this is a, there's not a big cut in here. This is a pretty good smooth transition. His cheeks are high, he gets a little dent in here. He's nice solid through. And I mean, that's just, you know, from quickly getting the, let's see, does the hair, right? And I didn't get into, I think that the whole face is at a slightly wrong angle. I think his chin and everything is like kind of sticking out. But that's something we'd have to get a real profile image. Like, my guess is, hold on, and this is purely a guess, my guess is actually his face sits a little bit more like that, would be my guess. I don't feel like his chin's jutting that far. But once again, with the twist of the head, you're not really getting that good profile. But what I would say is just make sure that you get in, break down the forms and shapes, get your flat planes in, get, you know, your grooves set where they are, and get good reference image. That's the easiest thing. But I don't know if that helped any, or if you just, you're like, why did I have to sit here and watch you sculpt that? Hey. All right, and I think we had one more person. Hold on. Oh, hit two more. Let's download. Yeah, the real key is to learn to see. That's what all of this is learning to see. Okay, good. I'm glad. Sometimes I start niggling and whittling on things, and it's just like, okay, that didn't help at all, Tomas. You just sat there and jerked it for 3 hours. All right. Boo-boo. Uh-oh. Laxman. We're going to do you last because you sent in... Oh, I can pull the... Hold on. I need to... I need to open this. Oh, I don't even... No wonder I can't see. I don't have my right glasses on. Jesus. I suck at this game. all in all, the composition looks great. I would say that your flourishes are getting a little pillowy. And what I mean by that is this. And some of these are better than others. But with everything being like half rounds, and this is a common flourish thing, because a lot of people, and especially when people see flourishes, when people see flourishes that other people have made, most of them make them in CAD with half rounds, so everything starts to get pillowy. And if you go back and look at flourishes, I mean, there is a time when things are flourishy or pillowy. But what I find makes really interesting and dynamic flourishing, and you're starting to get some of it here, is transitioning surfaces. And let's just take a simple one here. We're just going to take this guy. Right? And so what you have, we're trying to get like a transferal of, okay, this has been decimated, hasn't it? Yeah. Okay, duplicate, delete hidden, close holes, Z remesh. Really, you're going to have a problem with the Z remesh? Okay, good. And now we're going to divide it. All right, so let's. So sort of like we were talking about fabric, and I talk about tendons and the stuff. Surface tension is really where, okay, hold on. I just caught a wicked breeze coming. My screen door is open. I need to bring my bike inside. Give me 1/2 second. All right, now that I moved around, I gotta pee. Hold on. All right, sorry about that. When I sit for a long time and then you move around, it's like, oh. Okay. So think about sort of like I was doing with the fabric before, and tendons, and the whole trick of interesting sculpture is surface tension and good reflection, right? So if we think about this guy, right? Okay, we have a scoop. And we're just going to take our simple little scoop guy here. 2 million. Let's get one more. All right. Now, I'm going to look at this for where I want some surface transitions to happen, where I want, as light transitions across the part, you want it to move elegantly. You want romance in curve. And so we're going to go around. And I'm just going to define a high spot here. Now what you're going to notice is what you've done is you have a flourish and you have and you sort of taper there. But for the most part, all of these lines are roughly the same size, right? I mean, you have a little bit of taper, but here you have no taper. And even here in the background, it's still, there's a little taper, but this is all still roughly, if we laid it out into UVs, it would look like that, right? So it's just, there isn't a lot of surface motion going on here. And I know that you might be taking this from exact referencing and stuff like that. I'm just telling you what makes interesting dynamic surfaces. I do a lot of flourishes. And what you'll find, let's go to cloth, let's make our brush a little smaller, is I want to find my transition ridges. I want to see where, as light moves across my surface, let's go to that highly reflective gold here. And you can see that you're rolling around, but you really don't have motion, right? You're just lighting a bar. The light isn't traveling. So as you're walking across this thing, you get an even bar, and that even bar, and even going down into the hump, it's a pretty even, right? You don't get motion. You're just getting a half dome. So the transitions between convex and concave curves, and then overlapping surfaces, so you have motion just by turning and looking, and as you walk past something, just how the reflection rolls. That is the entire trick of surfaces. So I am going to pick my transition. So you already have scoops here. I'm going to fill this in just a little so I can play with it. Okay, so this is the space we had to fill. Right? Kick it up. So now I'm going to decide on my transition. I like SK trim cloth or cloth brush or whatever it's called. So I want that to bow. That's, hold on, my Z intensity is way too high up. All right, so instantly you've seen I've changed the high point of that curve, right? So now I see this channel going from wide to thin, and then we're just going to do that behind this just to give it a little bit of kinetics behind that frill. And then I have this line, and here I'm going to decide to do this with it. And we're going to curve that over. Okay. So I've picked my surfaces, right? So now I'm going to come in and I'm just going to define my surfaces. Doing this super fast, right? So that's one plane. You'll notice I'll always come back over my strokes, because what happens when you start using your brushes, right? You very rarely hit the same line every time. So what you do is you kind of roll, you know, you're here and then it's here and then it's here. So you get like a half dome area. So after I go through, this is why I use clay tubes as well, because I'm defining my outside edges. I'm like, okay, that line is my stroke, right? And I can use it like a blue pencil, you know, when you're sketching. See how I'm just kind of tippy tapping it to where I get my curve nice. And then I'll always come back and cross stroke across it to take that pillow out. Because right now I'm trying to define surface reflective planes. I don't want pillowy shapes. I want flat surfaces that I can then decide if I want it convex or concave. So I come back in and I knock this down. I'm like, okay, I kind of like that. Look at it from all angles to make sure you're not getting any humps, right? You want your planes to be pretty smooth. And then I'm going to define this plane. And you can see that I'm using negative because I want that to be behind that surface. Now I'll come back in with positive. And I'm using that outside edge of my clay tubes to define where I want my lines, right? So I'm drawing with the exterior line of my clay tubes. And that's why 90% of what I use is clay tubes. I use clay tubes for everything. And then I come back in with my what I would consider like effects brushes, or, you know, I want this to go under that. That's a twist brush, or I want this to be flat. So that's this brush. So here I'm defining where I want this surface to lie. Obviously I want it to be above that one, but I'm flattening it out. So this curve is my main presentation curve. And then this curve, I'm going to use clay fill here just so I'm not fighting with that. Lower my brush, smooth it out, clay fill. Clay tubes, boop. And again, defining my ridges, defining my surface flow. And then I'm just gonna, because that's a different shape up there, but we'll do something that's kind of going with our flow there. Okay. Good background shape. Yeah. Okay. So now I roughly have my form. I'm going to okay. I have my base shapes. I have my functioning motion. I go back up to full res. I go to clay tubes. And now I do my clay. Why not clay buildup? Because of this. So with clay tubes does not have buildup. I do not want buildup because this allows me to come in, and clay tubes acts like a layer tool, right? I can rub on this all day, and I'm only going to go the depth of my Z intensity, right? So if I click that up to more, see it's removing more, but it's only removing it, right? I can go back, forth, all over the place. It's only removing a layer of my tool. So since I'm trying to define edges, I can come in, sort of get my edge going. I never work that high, but get it sort of leveled out, like I'll cross hatch it so I'm filling up cracks in all directions. And with clay tubes, I'm using that outside edge to define my form. And since I want everyone to always sculpt in layers, so you're thinking about what's in front of the other thing, not cutting lines. Like I'll never use, like when I'm laying stuff out, I'll never use like dam standard or something like that because I've just broken all my surface continuity. That makes no sense to me. So I'll take clay tubes and I will just slowly build. And this allows me to define what is going in front and what's going behind. It allows you to really clearly define through layers, not lines. Don't draw on your surfaces, sculpt your surfaces, right? And then that way you can tell, you can get complex layer information in your layup. And yeah, no, because clay builds up, this functions as a layer tool, so I can very clearly decide what's in front and what's in back. So it allows me to develop complex depth information quickly and easily. So now that's exactly what I'm going to do. So we know that this sort of ends in a ball, so we're going to start here. And I'm going to, this is still way too much. That's the other thing. I use like 2 to 4 Z intensity, and I creep up on my shapes by using layers. Just draw all over just draw all over it. So you can see very quickly, it's easy for me to come in and I'm defining things that are in front and in back. Where if you are just drawing with, you know, a drawing tool, you can do this, but again, you're breaking surface continuity. I have no idea where this intersects with this surface. Where here, and that's very important for me, because I can't paint my way out of something. I'm printing it, so those levels and layers have to be there. It can't be drawn on or painted on later. So it's very important to establish actual 3D information. And you'll see I'll puff things out by stroking on them, and then I'll come back in and use my edge of clay tubes and really start to define my forms. So you can see here I have this flat presentation surface, and then I'm kind of rolling it towards the back. So I'm turning this into a convex surface, or a compound surface, and we're going to fill that in. And now this is going to drop back, so the knot or the knob of this is proud. And then I'm going to come in here. We're going to take that edge and we're going to roll it off to the outside here, because I want this surface to feel like it's twisting. So I'm going to define this. Come on, you better not freeze. Don't you do it! Oh, it might be quick saving. If I crash, I'm going to be annoyed. I think we're saving. It got into its quick save loop. I'm not throwing shade. I'm throwing complex surfaces. So you can see I'm deciding where this goes. Okay, so I'll come in, and now I'm going to define where that sits. Now, this is the thing people shouldn't forget. Use your other tools. Like, I want that edge to slide over, so I'm going to use the slide tool to push it until it gets over there, right? I find that a lot of my students run into, oh, well, I want to do this, and they're trying to sculpt it, so they use the brush, and then, you know, they go too far, and then they come too, you know, move elastic, come in here, grab this, and make this a sexy curve right now, right? You just tap your way to it. So now I've taken that flat surface, rolled it over very simply by just using the slide brush. Now we take clay tubes again, come back in, and now define this surface pretty cleanly. All right, so at this moment I have a convex shape, right? It's pillowy coming around this corner. That's making that's making that's making this knob look solid, not anemic. You know, it feels like a nice puffy end to my shape. But right about here, I'm going to change, because I want the weight of this curve to be out here, right? Think about clown balloons and put water in it and start to do this, and it'll start to get thin and fat and thin and fat. And that's surface tension. That's the motion of your surfaces. And that's kinetic energy. It's kinetic visuals. It's exciting to watch. So now we go from there. I'm going to kick this up a little because we're going to go a little quicker. And now from convex, and I'm going to slowly transition into concave. The other thing to remember is when you're doing concave surfaces, if you scoop it at an angle, see how steep my angle is there? It tends to take more out of the belly of the curve. So it's forcing a nice deep belly. Get a belly. And then as I'm coming around, I'm straightening my stroke out. Right? Straight, which is flattening, and then starting to take more out of the center than the edges. Now, you'll notice I'm sculpting at a pretty high resolution, so I'm getting lumpy surfaces. I'm not worried about lumpy surfaces because I have 6 levels of subdivision here. So I can very, very easily drop my subdivision level, get rid of my lumps, and not get rid of my detail. It's nice. Okay, so now we have the surface transition. I'm going to now go, because I want this is a reflective edge surface, right? This is a transition area. So I'm going to just draw a big fat line on it, because we're going to decide which way that falls in a minute. But I want that to be a transition, so we're coming from this flat surface, and now I'm kind of coming and rolling it over into front. And then we're going to make sure that that surface is transitioning there. And now this is changing directions. That's over. And now that's going to come around. And I want that to be a scoop. Because I want this to be dark. I want this whole thing to be a scoop. Because I want your attention to be on that front. form. Okay. And now, since this is concave, we're going to make this convex. Going to make it puffy here. And then flatten out. And then this will be a flary scoop. And we will come back in. I'll use cloth again, SK cloth, because it has weight, it has gravity on, right? And the gravity, when I start to roll over an edge, it gives you that weight snap on it. So once again, it's not like a drawing tool in the sense of you just get a straight line. As we come up here and do this, the gravity is giving you weight in the curve. I'm going to grab move, elastic, and I'm going to gently pull this out to be whatever that, I don't want to lose this. I want that to be an edge. See how I drew an edge there? I know that I want that to be an edge, so that becomes my masking point. I'm gonna, yep. And now I'm using clay fill here because pumping that edge makes that feel a little anemic. So I'm gonna clay fill it. And then I'm going to take my clay tubes, come in and define my faceted edge, or what I want reflecting. And you can see I'm rolling to the inside and outside of that curve. So we're sort of shuffling it around. And now I'm going to come in here and I'm going to make this a scoop. So here I'm using directionality in my stroke to give the feeling here that that's like a little flourish or a little floral detail. And now I'm just going to scoop that. This is where no back and forth works really well, because I can just come in and stroke, but it keeps it straight. It doesn't, you don't get the V in the stroke from the back and forth. So it's a really good way to lay in really nice linears. You'll notice right here I'm shifting from negative to positive. and filling that in. So now we have a pretty good transition. Right? And then I will come in with twist on this just to keep that knob up and off the surface. Alright. So let's look at the differences. We have this guy. And you can see how it functions. Right? You get a slight motion because you have a curve here. So you're getting a little bit of highlight roll here. But it stays in the same place as this does, right? It's a consistent highlight roll. So this hot spot is going to travel around, but it's going to travel in the same arc and in the same shape, right? So as we move it around, you can see this almost functions as one surface. And then you get a little hot here, but this stays under that. So let's say you're walking by, right? You walk by and you get a consistent highlight, right? Okay, so now let's go to this. Already we have a much more dynamic surface, right? Boom, we have a hot spot, a dark spot. We have a hot spot over here. We're starting to have a hot spot here. As we roll around, our hot spots are no longer in the same place. This is getting darker. This is getting hotter. This dark spot is getting, but we have this nice dark lip, but we're getting a little bit of bright in there, but that's forcing this bright edge to be much more dramatic. And as we come around, you can see how it plays out. So see how there's motion on the surface? I mean, look at how the light creeps here. This is creeping up. This is creeping along that edge. And you get motion. So no matter which way you're looking at it, there's a lot more dynamic light happening. So having compound curves is really, and you can do that in 5 strokes if you really want to. I wanted to get it sort of nice. And so, let's put this back into this place. It's here, right? And now show part. Now you have this, and I'm just going to take this part and just pull it out just a touch. And let's turn paint on there so it's all reflective. And just look at your reflection story or your light story. Look at all of the complexity you have right there, and which one's more exciting? Which one has more dynamics? Which one is going to catch your eye? Even in all of that busyness, look at how much more motion is in just that one flourish. Right? Does that make sense? And I know there's a lot going on. You have a ton of things and you're like, Tomas, I'm not going to sit there and sculpt that much on all of them. But the fact is that, even if you're just like right here, these are 2 different things, or these are 2 distinct forms, right? So if you just take clay tubes and you were to make that thick to thin, instead of those being, just changing it to where, instead of that being 2 of the same thicknesses, you combine that into one, and now look, there's still motion because you're going from thin to thick, you know, just changing up the shapes to where there's motion in the forms. And then, you know, let's say you flatten it out. Now this is a decimated mesh, so I'm not going to be able to get the surface, but still, you know, see how that moves more? And then just come back over there. You know, it becomes pretty obvious pretty quickly, you know. So, beautiful, looks great. I would just slam some flat surfaces in all those curves. And keep your curves from being the same thicknesses all the way through. Have them transition from point to fat or fat to point. Yep. All right. I mean, otherwise, it looks great. I mean, it looks great. Otherwise, make it sound like it doesn't look great unless you do that. But you know what I'm saying. It looks good. Yes. Nice. Right? I mean, you can find it right away. Boop, right there. And so the same goes for things like this, right? See how all of these are the same thickness all the way through? Think about, and I'm just going to do this just mangly, but think about it in the sense of bump, and then let's say this comes in, pinches in. Right? See, automatically that is a more dynamic shape than that. Just by pinching that. And see, you have a weight transition here where there is no weight transition. Look how much more interesting that surface is. Alrighty. Any questions? Anybody? Questions? And then we have one more that is a ZPR. All right. Laxman. I threw them way up. I'm in the old comments. Rafi. With clay tubes, I do a little bit of the same thing with clay buildup, but I don't get the... Yeah. Yeah, without a question. It's the whole point is to develop layers. Yeah. I just do it subtly. Or try to do it subtly. Honestly, I just use the brush that, like, I'll change my brush size for when I'm doing different things. I try to do things pretty fast and rough, so I tend to use a brush size that's slightly bigger than my detail, and that keeps me moving, and it keeps me from getting bogged down into the tiny detail first, right? Where it keeps me on that, okay, I need to keep things in motion. Just keep things going. Look at my surfaces. Make sure things are going in the right direction. Make sure I'm getting something interesting. Look at my reflection. That's the key. Because I try to sculpt in light. I'm always trying to think of how my light is working. Alrighty. So now we have Lax. And we're going to kill all these other things because this is a ZPR. Save ZTLs. I know I can bring them in. I just don't know how many things he had. Oh, it would have been super easy to do. All right. I really like what you did here. This is a really nice use of your alphas, how you're laying those in stripes. Really good, really convincing, really nice. Your alpha control is really nice. I would say, because you're sculpting at a really good level. I mean, you obviously understand anatomy. Your faces are really good. I think you dug in a little here at the hairline. Hold on. Yeah. Like right here when you were digging your hair in. I think you see this line right here makes that face pinch a little. So I think that was just when you were digging that hairline in. I think you just pinched the face a touch. See how that feels a little bit more realistic? I filled that in just a touch too much, but yeah, of course. But it's really easy to make that face line, like these brow lines and stuff, really pinch the face off. So just be careful when you're like doing your final, because what I think you did is this: you were doing the final thing and then you smoothed it, and it creates that pinch. So just watch out when you're doing that. Once again, I know everyone's saying this is a great place for twist, because it allows you to separate your hair, and it doesn't, you're not dragging all that back in too much. And twist gives you, hold on, I gotta divide this so we have geometry. All right. You can do it. All right. The other nice thing about twist for hair, it's actually, twist is actually a hairbrush that he's modified. Like if you're starting and you can get your hair going, but what's nice is you come back the other direction and you have it going the other direction, right? You're creating both sides. So twist is also really good for hair, considering it technically is a hairbrush. Right, it lets you, wrong direction. Right. So what I would consider doing, yeah, I did it too deep there. I filled that in a little too much. Sorry. Planer always works for that. Just pick the area you want, and then you can get rid of that flop fill in. Yeah, it's still a little off skull there, but you get it. What I would do, especially when you're using alphas, and this is where clay buildup actually works pretty well. I take clay buildup, I make sure that it's a square, and then I turn it way down. And let me, yeah. Too much. Make sure that your focal shift is pretty rough, or, you know, far out, because I want it to be sharp. And let's take that down a little bit more. And when you use, especially when it's supposed to be ornate fabrics and stuff, I will tend to come in and just hit these just a touch, just to break that flat surface. Now remember, I'm doing things for manufacturing, not rendering. So if you're just taking this to render, you're going to put something on here and it's going to have the textures and stuff. But if you're going to printing or something, take the time and just throw a little bit of texture on this stuff. And I also tend to come back with either SK Trim Polish or Trim Dynamic, depending on how sort of edgy I want it. And you can come back in and, ooh, whoa, that's big. And just do some facet, like if you don't want it to look soft like that, come back in and just do faceting like this, and you can see that it just makes that, it gives that stuff a little bit of texture as opposed to just everything being flat. That's one of the problems with alphas is, hey Raytheon, how's it going, my brother? It just gives you a little bit of that light moving, so it just doesn't read, oh, it's an alpha, right? And I think the same can be done like with this stuff. Just come in and I would use clay tubes on this, but just come in and just give it a stroke so it's not just flat, so it feels like, you know, something's going on there. Get your little peacocks or whatever they are. And it's funny, it seems pretty arduous, but it's literally, this is the kind of stuff that goes from a good model to a great model. And here on this stuff, like you have this going on, but your alpha filled that bend in a little. This is another really good place for twist. Make it a little bigger, turn it down a little, and you can bring twist in, and it'll actually roll that alpha under. Where you have that alpha edge, you can twist it under. Right. And the other thing you can do here is I use form, and then I use spatter, and I use a really, really tiny, make your focal length large, use a tiny brush, and you can come in and really sort of turn lazy mouse off, make it Z sub, and pick a pretty small brush, and you can come in, and that's way too much. You can come in and just lay in some noise and punch those highlights. And that also makes it feel a little bit more like fabric, because you're getting, you know, just some grain texture. If you're diligent about how you stroke it in, you know, you can control that texture quite a bit. And since you're doing it by hand, it never feels like an alpha because it's all chattery. It's deeper in places. See how that breaks those lines up some? Yeah, because I like how you did this stuff where it really feels like it's coming off the surface. It would just be nice to see you do... Now, the other thing you can do is when you do this, like actually lay your alpha out, sculpt on the alpha, and then reuse the alpha, and then you have a more sculptural alpha. So that's a pretty good one. I don't know if you use Extractor, but Extractor is really good for that. You can go in and hand sculpt a really nice pattern. To be deadly honest, I really don't use Substance. I go to printing. So I can't fake textures. I have to actually produce them. So that's where a lot of that's what I'm saying, you know, what I'm telling you, if you're going into rendering, what I'm telling you makes no sense, you know, but where if you're going into printing, you know, if you're trying to turn this into a physical sculpt, you know, doing something like this and these pieces where you're just getting a little bit of texture that's going to pop that surface, you know, that's a dramatic difference when it comes to light, you know. Right, now that has depth to it. So it's just those little things. It completely depends on what you're doing with your model as well. But this is absolutely lovely. I mean, it looks good. It's an interesting caricature. Your use of your alphas on your rolls are really nice. I would use twist on these things just because when we do get close into them, we can see that the alpha is filling the rolls that you've created, and the twist just allows that to define it very quickly. Like your peacock feathers are lovely. You know, I mean, he's great. He looks really wonderful. 2 thumbs up. Looking fab. Yeah, no, I mean, really nice work. Really nice. And again, you know, if you're really doing like a lot of portrait work and stuff, a nice thing you can do to define your edges. I'm gonna do this freehand, but you know, where you're using like a texture on one of the lower surfaces. And the nice thing about just using strokes is it really keeps, you start to direct directionality. You know, you have all these nice angles, and just having a really subtle linear here gives you contrasting angles. And this also indirectly points at the head, right? It keeps the eye, like you get all this return. You're getting all this return, you're getting all this return, you're getting all this return. But subtle linears will bring the eye back up to the face. And I would do it in the center. Like out here, you want this to remain plain because these are big shapes. You've got nice big folds. And if you're doing textures on stuff like this, you run into the problems of having to deal with your textures going into the armpits and stuff like that. Where here, it's just a nice straight linear. You can have it fade off to the edge. It's just these lines here will redirect, as opposed to all of your, you know, your visual angles are all coming down here. So it's nice to have something that'll give you a visual return to your face. And I know you're keeping these abstract, but here is another really good use for twist. Is all you have to do is come in and go around these points or the tips. Wrong direction. And see how that pulls the tips out of the bunch. So it feels like, because it's very easy, like when you're doing your tips actually tend to dig in, and coming in and really just punching that twist gets those points up and out of the surface. And you haven't put any more detail in it. You've just got the points out and made them a little brighter. Right, see how that's pulling that point stuff out? Oh, okay. Yeah, here, let's... Thank you. Boom. This is the link to Sakaki's brushes. I think that goes to everyone, right? Is that going here? Yeah. He's awesome. He streams on Friday. You guys should also watch him. All right, so it's pushing 10 o'clock and I have to wake up at 5 a.m. You're killing it. This is beautiful. I mean, the stuff I'm telling you is just really subtle stuff. Really nice work. All right, kind and gentle folk. It's another lovely Tuesday ending. I hope everyone sort of learned something. And come back on Tuesdays. I'm here from 5. Sometimes Oscar is after me at 7 or at 8, so I have to end at 8. But otherwise, I'll go as long as we have models. Just like Ash. I'm a streamaholic. Or actually, I just don't pay any attention and the night gets long. Ash remembers the days of me streaming until 3 a.m. All right, guys. It was lovely to have you guys. Some really fabulous work on all fronts. And, yeah, really wonderful stuff, man. Looking at this, actually one more thing. Looking at this, I would consider putting the font as a negative instead of sticking out, because he has so much nice, lovely, dynamic angles and stuff's going on, and the plinth is very plain, which is good. I think it should be. And what putting that as a negative as opposed to a positive will make the plinth plainer. In other words, it will only be reflective surfaces, and the cut-in is cutting into a reflective surface, where the font here becomes very busy, and the busy and the reflections are kind of fight the portrait. So I would use that as a negative and cut the font in as opposed to having it out. All right, sorry, I couldn't help. Last thing, as I'm sitting here looking at this, here's my issue. I always find something else to say. Okay. Yep. I will see you guys Tuesday. If not, watch Ashley tomorrow. She streams for 4 hours tomorrow evening. You start at 4? Is that right? She's a damn rock star. You're off tomorrow? What do you mean? Don't you usually go Wednesdays? I see how you are. Just as I give you props, you take the day off. I see how it is. Oh, is Eric not streaming either? I wonder what's up with him. I see how you are. All right, guys. Yeah, there it is. I'm done. I'm supposed to give you all my connections and all that. Go to ZBrush Jewelry Workshop, where we teach you how to use ZBrush for manufacturing. I know it says Jewelry Workshop, but it's really ZBrush for printing and manufacturing and stuff. Oh, yeah, I don't know. Ash, what else am I supposed to say? Oh, buy ZBrush. ZBrush is awesome sauce. It's the best. Yeah. Yes, I think ZBrush is the secret weapon to jewelry manufacturing. Everything else is CAD. And it just, we've worked over the last 18 years to make ZBrush a manufacturing program. And I think that we've done a pretty good You're funny. So I would definitely say I would use it. We have some free videos, and Eric has some videos on his YouTube. But look up ZBrush Jewelry Workshop. I mean, that's what we do. We teach jewelry design for manufacturing. But like I said, we're going to spread that out a little and start doing stuff that isn't just jewelry design, so people understand. I mean, making small objects for printing and casting it's all the same thing. Okay, hopefully that helped. I don't even have ZBrushJewelryWorkshop.com. Yeah. Okay, guys. I'm out. Have a good time. Love you guys. Have a beautiful week. Good night, kind and gentle folk. I am finding that button. One of these days I'll be able to find. Where's the button? It's it. There it is. All right.